Hey there, Warriors of Light, it's me, your boy. We are here with some Final Fantasy XIV Endwalker. We haven't played this in a hot minute. Of course, there's an authentication here. I'm gonna put up the sensor really quick. I don't think the sensor works, does it? Nope, doesn't. It's okay. It's not like I have to actually log in. That is absolutely not the length of my password. Hope everybody's doing good. So you'll notice that we're not using the normal layout. If I need to pop up, I'll just pop up down here. Hello. I don't plan on really being up much. We're going to be doing the 6.1 story as soon as the game lets me in. Alright, I was goofing around on Dark Knight. Yeah, that's right. That is right. I will tell y'all in 31 minutes, I will have to take a brief break to get some food out of you. Hungry. So I'm making things. Alright. Boy, we did not log out in the right place, did we? So we're going to turn up the master volume just a little bit. So I want the game to be able to be heard. Anybody on? Kay is on. They are in the new 24-man raid, and Harley was on somewhat recently. Well, not somewhat. She was on recently. I will be going through the new contents of Machinist, because in my head that is canonically the my character's main job, even though I do enjoy Sage quite a bit and do play Sage. Rising Stones. I know Kay's been at it quite a bit today. Oh wow, my live letter note is still there. I should absolutely change that. Alice, hello, lovely to see you. If you're not in too much of a rush, I was about to make a pot of tea. Would you like a cup? Take a seat then. I'll find something to nibble on as well. We're going right into the cutscene. Man, that donut. Shit, I want some donuts.
It's so much quieter these days without everyone around. Not that I'm pining for your return, you understand. I have my sources, and I know that each and every one of you is doing well and keeping busy with your endeavors. Meanwhile, I'm left with a surplus of free time and the question of how to make the most of it.
Yeah.
What about you? Any plans for the immediate future?
I want to get drunk
I
with the
hope you
anchor.
weren't thinking of asking me for advice. Though if you are open to suggestions, I might have one for you.
The audio just say shit. Hold on.
You've fought And selflessly, helping those in need and saving our star from unimaginable threats. For your deeds, you've been hailed as the champion of Eorzea and a host of other incredible things. But why not put those titles aside for a while? Acquit yourself as a simple adventurer again and travel the world in search of wonder.
Bye-bye. Take your
With
time.
so many exciting places to choose from, it's hard to narrow it down. But I believe I have the perfect destination in mind. Thavner. That's where you should go next.
Interesting.
I doubt you were able to squeeze in a proper tour of Radzatan the last time you were there. What with the burning skies and rampaging monsters and so forth. And I'm sure Vritra would be pleased to see you.
I figured we'd be working with the
Then
Stinian.
there's the bounty itself. The Empire's presence in the region was always a deterrent to exploration. So if you've a mind to sail that sea, now's your chance. Just think of all the new experiences you could have.
Tell me, have you been to the ruins beneath the waters of the Bounty? As the bearer of Azem's crystal, you may consider your duty to see at least that much.
Miss Emmett Silk.
Oh, I know that look. That's an adventurer ready to take on the world. In anticipation of an occasion like this, I was planning to gift you a new set of traveling clothes, but it's still a work in progress. Shouldn't take much longer now though, so sit tight and I'll have the last few bits sewn up before
Ooh.
you can finish another cup of tea.
How are you? What do you want? She is the best, damn it.
Stitch in here and trim in there. Knot the threads with love and care.
Oh, I'm gonna die from the song, aren't I?
Just a little more to go. I'm sure you're still brimming with excitement. I am one with the needle. See how the fabric surrenders to my whims. Don't worry. I'll make sure the lining has plenty of pockets for all your little treasures. I swear adventurers are worse than children when it comes to hoarding every feather and leaf and animal hide they come across.
It's nice to get some good Tataru time. We'll never get this.
Oh, we mustn't forget the waterproofing. Gods forbid you forget to disrobe before plunging into the sea, or a river, or a piping hot bath.
We're passing the fuck out during all of it. Does my character have sleep apnea? Oh. Well, this is still pretty accurate for sleep apnea. It's a Xenos.
And thus I am returned.
That feels very Xenos-y to me. Ooh. Newfound adventure. I wouldn't be that upset if Xenos came back. He got his fight. We beat the shit out of him.
Ah, you're awake. My apologies. I do get a little carried away with my sewing.
It is not
You
Kingdom
seem awfully
Hearts.
cheerful. Pleasant dreams?
We don't discuss Kingdom
Just
Hearts in
looking
my
forward to the
stream.
next chapter of your grand saga.
Blech.
Either way,
Hope
I
you're doing
promise
good,
to provide
Moss.
you with new apparel, and so I shall. If you'll accompany me to the Diamond Forge, we can put the finishing touches on your outfit. Shall we?
Yeah, this is Final Fantasy 14. This is the MMO. We just got a new story patch today, so doing that. Oh right, I have a thing that I don't know if it works. Whatever. I don't care if people can see my chat box for this one. Whew. It's interesting. Oh. I don't know if that was always there or if I just never paid attention to it. Oh, I guess I should like talk about some things that I've done, because for YouTube this is gonna look really weird. Because the last video that I have in my Endwalker series, yeah, we'll wait a second before we go in there. I had just hit level 90 and I still look pretty much like this, but you'll see I've gotten a new weapon. I don't remember if I had this one during that or not. I might have had it. But oh. Yep, those are new. We'll play around with those later. And duty support, we'll be checking that out later too. Let's get the first thing out of the way. We went through as a machinist, right? I've gotten most things to 90. Can you tell what I prefer playing? Probably not, but you can tell what I don't prefer playing, which is tanks. I get tank anxiety so bad. But I pretty much, out of all these, the only two that I really play are Machinist and Sage. Those are kind of the only two. We've geared up considerably. So, yeah, we're wearing gooder, better stuff. I also went through and I have almost 100% of the entire sightseeing log done. The Realm Reborn ones are an absolute pain in the ass. They've actually sectioned them out, which is really nice now. You'll notice I'm missing one for Stormblood. It's the one where you jump off the fucking top of Kugane Tower, and land on the signpost. I only have had one chance to do it. No, two chances, and I've missed both times. So, but we got all Shadowbringers, we got all Endwalker. We're looking good. It's a difficult jump to hit. But I have the one for getting to the top of it. Is like, you'll notice I was only missing one. If I never got to the top of that tower, which is a challenge in itself, I'd be missing two. What else? In Gold Saucer, I worked on a lot of my cards. I did kind of lose a little bit of steam on working on this, but it's such a bear. But we're working on collecting all the cards and stuff. That's kind of what I've been doing. I haven't really been playing a whole bunch here lately. Once we kind of got out of the whole gearing phase, we focused just more on like little things. I've been playing other games, but now we got a new story. So observe as the artiste refines her piece into a masterpiece. And no napping this time. I'll need a moment. You'll see. Oh, said a little more room in the shoulders. Didn't get to read the rest of it. Alright, let's see how it looks on the mannequin. Well, what do you think? Doesn't it just scream ready for a bold new adventure? Yeah, it does. It's simple. It's not very gaudy. I'm so glad you approve. You had done yourself, Tataru? Thank you. Oh, stop. You'll make me blush. If you really want to thank me, though, all I ask is that you wear this on your travels. Or at least anywhere lots of adventurers might gather. They'll look at you, a famous hero, and wonder, wherever did she purchase those stylish yet practical garments? And before you know it, hordes of new customers will be climbing over each other to place orders at Taru's boutique. Mwahaha, I can hear it now. The merry clink clink of gill overflowing from my coffers. Sweet music to my ears. Ahem. Burgeoning merchant empires aside, you must be excited to start a fresh chapter of your life. New places to go, new people to meet. I often wonder how you remember all your experiences and exploits without taking at least a few notes. Oh, maybe you should start doing just that. You never know when some odd past detail might become relevant, or if one day you'll take a blow to the head and forget the better part of the last decade. Something to keep in mind in any case. Alright, the collection expanded for the Unending Codex. So this lets us read into a whole bunch of stuff. And I am not reading all that out loud, but this would be great reading material when I need to pass time. So we can look up people, we can look up things, and I guess new things are going to be added to it. Well, Moss, I know you can't read because we've talked about it before, but that's why I'm reading everything out loud. Oh. Oh, our inventory is chock full. Yep. I was not expecting that, actually. Shit. I need to clear up my inventory. I was not prepared for the story patch. I knew it was coming, but I did nothing to prepare. Here, take... Yeah, why am I carrying like 18 million of those? I usually only carry one. Okay, so it does show the little check mark. It doesn't show it in the inventory, which kind of sucks. We can get rid of that. I guess we'll just sell off some stuff. Because surely not all this is important. Like the dory wings, get rid of them. I was doing a lot of crafting and gathering and stuff, so I just kind of end up hoarding a lot of materia, from what I can tell. Hornbill, Authored. We should be fine to get rid of that. Zochucks, get rid of them. Bird of Elpis breast. We like breasts, but we're getting rid of those. See ya. No, we're just. Oh man, why am I carrying around these? My inventory makes no sense to me anymore. Food. Definitely don't need all this food. Oh, I got a lot of these as quest rewards. Let's look at the item level on it. These are all really early. Okay. I know where all those came from. So I did a lot of, yeah, you can store stuff, but I don't even want to keep this stuff in storage. I'll just sell it for paltry amounts of gil. But that should be enough to last us for this. Wonder what the map market's like right now, actually. Let's get these maps back up. Hell yeah. Sorry, I did not anticipate retainer management being a part of this, but here we are, I guess. 3, 4. So what I'm doing is I'm going, you notice where it says items for sale and it says selling one item. You'll notice every time I go to retainer, it goes up to selling one item. The reason for that, a market prohibited item was selected for sale. I guess I can't sell something that she was trying to sell now. It's good to know. But yeah, they all had maps to sell, so let's get those back on the market. Alright, that's done. Is that good? Where it said a market prohibited item, that's, I don't think it's really good or bad, it just is. Tataru has some advice to share with you. As the former receptionist and sometimes intelligence gatherer of the Scions, allow me to offer you a word of advice. Do not expect juicy rumors to simply fall into your lap. Adventurers rely on gossip, and the best place to pick up information are taverns or markets. At present, you only have a broad destination in mind. When you arrive in Thavnair, I suggest you explore your options at Marid's Maying, the finest drinking establishment in Razadhan. I probably butchered that name. Charm the employees, and they'll not only point you in the direction of the local tale tellers, but also share with you the tricks for loosening their tongues. Now, I really must be getting back to running my boutique. Enjoy the journey, Alice, and may fair fortune find you. Alright, so we're basically going to the pub at Razadhan. Also, in 9 minutes, I have to take like a 2-minute break to go get some food out of the oven. Give you all a little time update. Oh, we could have taken the other shard. I was just... I haven't been in Razadhan a little bit, so I wanted to kind of run through it. Welcome to Marid's Maying. I'm gonna butcher that, but it is what it is. Oh, hello. I did not recognize you at first. Are you here alone? Let me find you a table. Ruins beneath the bounty. Would you be speaking of the sunken treasure vault? We have one regular, a historian in fact, who could tell you all about it. Ah, there he is. Professor Jalheen. I thought I saw him come in. Although a somewhat private sort, the professor is quick to befriend those who share his fondness for the Main's unique beverages. Offer him any drink from our selection, he should happily share everything he knows about the vault you seek, and a few other odd bits besides. Whatever you buy for him is on the house, by the way. If Mary found out I took coin from Thavnir's savior, she'd have me scrubbing pots for a week. Alright, I'll take not having to spend my own money. We're fans of that. Yes. Oh, we have to, Alright, so this is going to be kind of a lively conversation, so that I can't skip it. Does it get dialogue? And what may I do for you, my Eorzean friend? Oh, just friendly chat. How about a drink? Well, I certainly wouldn't say no to a drink freely offered. Ah, here we are. One of Myriad's finest. Enjoy. Ah, lovely. Bottoms up. Jillian empties the cup in a single pull. Damn. He chugged that shit. That's humongous. That was very kind of you, miss. But I know when I'm being softened up. What is it that you want from me? Oh ho, chasing down that old tale, are you? It does seem to appeal to the adventurous at heart. Now, where to begin? Might I assume you've heard of Alzadal? He was Khan of the Ari tribe, which sailed to Thavnir from the mainland, and a key figure in the history of Razad-Han. Hi, Kay. His decision to aid the Arcasadara is what ultimately won them the war against the Gajasurja, thus allowing our predecessors to lay the foundation for this thriving city-state. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. It's been fun so far. The truly fascinating stories, however, concern his grandson, Alzadal III, who was known for his deeds as satrap at Razad-Han's earlier days. Some attest that this man traveled to another world entirely and returned with glittering riches. Others that he brokered an alliance with a certain worm of the first brood. Then there's this tale of the sunken vault, the one you seem most curious about. According to this legend, Alzadal III claimed a small island somewhere in the middle of the bounty. There he built a structure reaching clear to the bottom of the sea, a deep and secret storehouse, and locked all his worldly wealth within. In the centuries since, whenever a natural disaster or hardship befell Razad-Han, folk would remember that tale of hidden treasure. Hardy souls would set out to claim their fortune, but precious few ever made it home. Would you like to hear more? Oh, apologies, I have a slight tickle in, oh, my cup appears to be empty. Mihail, another round for the professor. Ah, I see we've reached an understanding. You're a sharp one, adventurer. Another for the professor. Oh ho ho ho! Today was a splendid day to visit the main. Jalene gulps down his newest drink with gusto. Fighting. Where were we? Ah, yes. Those who did return from seeking the treasure vault refused. I mean, flatly refused to speak of what they saw. Did this discourage others? Nay, quite the opposite. Such accounts only served to feed the legend, and the golden lure grew stronger than ever before. That reminds me of something Ozma was saying. Ozma's a fellow connoisseur of spirits potables. Yes, he is. Anyway, he was saying that one of his acquaintances went after the treasure himself. Hasn't been since he set sail, I hear. But he did have, I can say no more. You seem a generous sort. What kind of man would I be to encourage what is clearly a foolhardy quest? If my words sent you to your death, I could never live with myself. I am no stranger to peril. Is that so? Perhaps it's your turn to tell a tale then. What manner of dangers have you faced? The very edge of existence? From anyone else, I'd struggle to believe it, but I recognize you now. You're the hero of the final days. Oh God, why did he start going through? What the fuck? Hold on. Yeah. We got him another cup. That much I know. Hold on. Hold on. No, I don't want that. A drink. I need another drink to settle my nerves. Leo, more of the same. If you please. As you wish, but this one is on your coin, Professor. So that's why you drained yet another cup dry. Anyway, you being who you are, I suppose it wouldn't hurt to share a little more. This friend of Ozma's, he was desperate to buy a treasure map. One which showed the way to the entrance of the vault. Seems he could only get it from some merchant. What's his name? I forget. Let's drink a toast to you, my new best friend. A little more drinks. Shit, my food's done. When we get to the next text box, I'll take like literally just 2 minutes. Your drink, sir. All right, BRB. Oh, marvelous! I am parched. Jillian gulps down the cup of water. That was water. Did you tell her to bring me water? Still, that's probably for the best. Very kind of you, really. My head will certainly thank you in the morning. Oh, I seem to have overindulged. I am put in the mind of the words of Master Gelson. Be wary of how much of the drink you swallow. lest it swallows you. Forgive me. I will subject you to no more of these unseemly antics. If you want to speak with Ozma, well, as I said, we share a taste for the man's fine spirits. He probably came in while we were talking. I wish you fortune in finding your fortune. We appear to learn all that Jillian has to share regarding the undersea vault. To find out more, we'll need to locate the man by the name of Ozma. That was fun. I really enjoyed doing that. My dog probably thinks I'm weird, though. Yes, I am Ozma, and who might you be? All true, I'm afraid. My friend took a ship out in search of Alzadal's legacy, and I've been watching for sales ever since. I tried to dissuade him, of course, but he refused to listen. All he could talk about was finding that vault. The look in his eyes. I knew it wasn't common gold or jewels he lusted after. He was hunting Alzadal III's otherworldly hoard, and his ambition would not be denied. I see it in you too, that appetite for the mysterious and the unknown. But I'll not attempt to turn you from your path. I know too well the futility of that endeavor. So I will tell you what my friend told me. How he convinced a merchant in the bazaar to give him the rough location of the vault's entrance. It seems this merchant, one Zassal, I believe, is selling a map which shows the exact route, but my friend's purse was too light for an exorbitant price. With what meager wealth he had, he instead paid to learn that there are ruins on a small island somewhere in the bounty. Within those ruins hides the path to the vault deep below. Truly intent on seeking Alzadal's treasure, I suggest you put your affairs in order. I wish things were different, but I do not believe my friend is ever coming home.
Please, Sashal, please! You must let me have
Sashal.
treasure map!
I mispronounced the shit out of that. Then again, he looks like kind of an asshole.
What's all this about?
My mother and father were slaughtered by monsters. My baby sister, still too young to fend for herself. Can you spare us no kindness? So, you hope to find your fortune? And what? You expect me to surrender my wares for pity's sake? What have you to offer in payment? As I thought. Come back when you've more than rags to your name. This is no mere treasure map. It is a guide to the vaults of Alzadal III, one of the great satraps of Radzat Han, and a direct descendant of Alzadal Khan.
A map to Alzadal's legacy?
So he says. A fake, I'd wager.
This is no fake. The parchment is marked with an arcane glyph of passage. You may find the ruins hidden in the bounty, but you won't be setting foot inside without this in your possession. A priceless artifact it is, discovered amongst the rubble in the aftermath of the final days, and lovingly restored by yours truly. This map is the key to fabulous riches, and I'll be the king of fools to simply give it away. Be glad I am no such king boy. Your scrawny-eyed had never returned with that treasure alive.
Oh, cruel fate! Why must you tempt me with wealth I am powerless to claim? How I shall envy the one who purchases that precious map! Whatever they pay will be but pittance against the golden hoard they stand to uncover.
Oh no, he's terrible with money. Get him out of here.
What of you, sir? Fighting man of your stature would surely relish the challenge of recovering Alzadal's lost fortune.
A fortune, you say?
If I had but the strength to seize that treasure, my starving sister would never want for food.
I'll take it. Will this cover the price?
I can't be mad at Estinian.
Well met, my friend. Someone is dressed for adventure. Why Favner of all places? Knowing you, I suspect there's more to your plans than sightseeing and shopping.
Triple triad. And sightseeing was a thing we did.
Curious. And here I've acquired a map to just such a site.
With that sale, I do believe I've earned the rest of the day off. Thank you for your patronage, sir, but if you'll excuse me.
You needn't mind us.
How much did he just spend?
Final days. Pray the sisters were looking elsewhere.
Yeah. But like, there's no way Estinian's gonna hear that. It'd be like, oh, fuck him.
Either way, we'll need a ship to find out for sure. Lest you misunderstand, I seek the treasure not for myself.
Oh, hi, buddy.
If such a fortune truly exists, then it could help ease the struggles of those who lost their loved ones in the final days.
Ugh.
I hope to do for Thavnir what you and Alphino did for the Alamegans when you recovered the Mad King's trove. Come now. You know Alphino needs little encouragement when it comes to recounting the tales of your shared exploits. Speaking of precocious lads, that boy in the bazaar was clearly an accomplice of the merchant. Suppose his role was to draw the attention of the crowd and add weight to the merchant's bold claims.
Put a gag order on him. He talks too damn
For the
much.
most part, it was not all mummery. The need to provide for his sister rang true enough. Thus, if some portion of the profits end up in that waif's pockets, then I will consider it money well spent, whether the map leads us to the vault or not. You are coming along, yes?
His loose chain. Kids can blow our cover. We're trying to just be adventurers here. What the fuck, Alphino? Get your shit together!
I thought as much. Now, let's see about securing a vessel.
Not that it was a hard thing to call, but I called at the end of 6.0 that we'd be working with Estinian first. Though I wonder what Vitra wanted to talk to him about. Because when he said he was going to be in Thavnir, he mentioned that Vitra had some stuff for him. You will recall I spoke of visiting Thavnir at Vitra's request. Thank you. He's talking about it right now. Well, he finally invited me to a feast and made his proposal once I was too full of hellish delights to refuse. He wishes me to train the radiant host in lance work. But that is a tale for another time. What we need now is a merchant or a trawler with a ship fit for the open seas. Mattia is a fisherman by trade, yes? We should head to Akali and see if he can help us. Ah, one of my least favorite quests in Endwalker. We get to go talk to Mattia again. Okay. It's not Mattia that I dislike, for the record. It's not Mattia at all. It's how that quest is designed. Because you can't skip it on subsequent playthroughs. So, like, you have to sit there through every prompt, and it sucks. Here's the training dummies where they showed off a lot of the new Endwalker abilities. They did it right here on this beach. Who knew? Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Oh, 70. So it felt a little too low. Apologies if it was up to this point. My friends, what brings you to our humble village, other than auto text advance? So you need a seaworthy vessel to seek those ruins. Considering it was your deeds which allowed us to return to fishing, I should think everyone would be glad for a chance to repay the favor. Wait here and I'll have a boat stocked and ready for you in no time at all. Have you noticed our little shadow? He's been following us since we left the city. We see you there, boy. Show yourself. Ah, it is you. Do you know how far out of the way we walked so you'd not cross paths with some wild beast? I'm sorry, sir, but aren't you the heroes who saved Thavnir? You are. I know you are. And I've gone and cheated you. I worked with Zashal, you see. The map merchant. It's my job to play the pleading orphan. I almost said out loud that I think he's in on it. It's my job to play the pleading orphan and convince the crowd his wares are worth the price he asks. I'm ashamed of what I've done. I beg for your forgiveness. If not for you, my sister and I would never... Well, we'd be... Enough. I knew your game, and I paid the price willingly. Fortunate purchase, as it turns out, for my friend here was seeking those very ruins. Yeah, we're just gonna say official canon, Estinian didn't know, but he's too cool to admit he got pleased. Oh yeah, totally. Knew it the whole time. Yep. You're kind to overlook the wrong I have done you. There's more you need to know. The map you bought is very real, as is the island it shows. I overheard Zashal selling the information to another customer. He told that man where you need to search, about the ruins, about the vault, about everything. Then the man set out to find his fortune, never to return. You cannot go alone to that place. You should have more friends with you, maybe even a whole army. I do not doubt that the ruins hold danger, but I assure you, between the two of us there's little we cannot overcome. Please, I cannot bear the thought of... We might need a hand moving the treasure. Assuming we find any. Still, it may prove wise to bring some companions along all the same. Any ideas on whom to approach? The Scions have scattered far and wide since our last gathering. Oh shit, I get to pick? I'm not ready for choice! No! Fuck! Who would be least convenienced or inconvenienced by this? Shit. They would all be pretty fucking inconvenienced by this. Damn it. I like how Yustola is her own option. Just like, yeah, whatever. So here's who I'm going to pick and why I'm going to pick them, but let it be perfectly clear that I'm not picking them necessarily because they're my favorites and that I have to see them again, but we're traveling with him, so we're gonna pick Estinians, people that he would probably want to see the most. So I'm gonna pick Alphino and Alizé. Because him and Alphino, like, Alphino is basically his little brother too. Little Lord Alphino and his sister, were they not bound for Garlemald? They have far more important matters to attend to than delving for trinkets. Oh, okay, it's gonna run through them all. Thancred and Urianger. Thancred and Urianger, yeah? If you picked Yustola, what called you a simp? Simp. That's fair. You can still call me a simp if you want, but don't act like Yustola isn't worth simping over. Those two would answer our calls, certainly, but they left the Rising Stones with a definite task in mind. I'm loath to interrupt their self-appointed mission. Grahati and Kryl. Aye, Kryl may have her hands full rebuilding the students, but if you reach out to Graha, he would surely leap the invitation. Yes, if that man is as strong as you, is he though? Strong, I mean? No, I would have picked Minfilia. Like, actual Minfilia, not Reen Minfilia. If I was gonna pick the simp choice. Wink. That or, shit. Her name is escaping me. Hold on. Lena. Yeah. I'd pick Lena, but obviously she's not even in this world. If we were gonna do simp choices. What is your name, boy? Mayred, sir. Well, Mayred, your life is yours to live as you will. But I suggest you find a more honest trade if you truly wish to keep your sister safe. I'm not proud of what I do, but what choice do I have? We need to eat, and everyone's too busy rebuilding their own lives to bother with two grubby orphans. Wait, boy. I didn't take this roundabout road just to see you end up in some creature's belly. Let me walk you back to the city gates. Thank you, sir. Call me Estinian. You can guess what option I chose the moment. Well, yeah, because you are a fucking simp. Simp. There's nothing wrong with you being a simp, but you're still simp. As long as you admit it. Oh, well, look who it is. The simp themselves. Oh, wow. Hold up. Hold the fuck up. 3 of my maps sold while we were in that cutscene. Boy, the maps are back on the menu. You can slap me, but you'll still remember that I'm right. I'll try on the adventures stuff later because it looks pretty cool. Though I think I would want actual pants. I don't like that the girls one just kind of ends. Bro. I should leave you to recruit Graha. He'll accept the invitation that much more, I'm sure. As I recall, he was based at the Annex. Someone there ought to be able to point you in the right direction. Let us be off too, Merid. Do me a favor and don't stray from the path. It's an outfit that we were given. Yeah, I know. I have it. But for the ladies, it was there's no pants. I guess there's no pants for anybody, actually. Well, it should come with pants. Yeah. Yeah, it'd be nice to have it as a separate thing. I wonder how it would look. So, like I have the skirt from the from Elpis when they give you the whole gear there. So, and then we'll put on some like normal shoes or just something different. Like, let's just put on this whole outfit and see. Like, nah. You can see the tassels way too clearly through the slits. Though I use these pants in like 3 different glamours. Even, like, I make it work. Which I guess for the stream introduction, this is my healing glamour. I enjoy it. But, alas. Time to go to the Baldesian Annex. Ooh, pretty. I know I'm kind of seeing that as I'm porting out, but yeah, I'm looking forward to like getting some upgrades for some stuff. Like, there's part of me that's excited for the 24-man raids, but then there's part of me that's not looking forward to it. As I kept talking about like how hard it is, and I've always found the 24-man raids to be harder than they should be, and I'm in the minority for that opinion. Oh, look who it is. Welcome back, Alice. What might the students do for you? Graha? Yes, he's in the main hall with Mistress Cryle. They've been holed up in there for days. By all means, go and give them an excuse to take a break.
Ah, Ojika, my good man. Would you be so kind as to...
Stammers, heart palpitates, blood pressure rising. It's her!
Oh, isn't this a pleasant
It's me.
surprise?
I wish you had sent word ahead. I thought I was having visions for a moment there.
How's the restoration of the students coming along?
Slow and steady. Raha and I have been compiling old records of the students' activities. We were able to locate several accounts in the archives of Numenon, but the bulk of our documents was lost along with the Isle of Fowl.
But what brings you to the Annex, my friend? Surely you haven't come all this way just to watch us shuffle dusty papers around?
I come bearing adventure. And stuff. Estinians spend a lot of money.
The treasure vault of Alzadal III.
And you're looking for companions to join you on this expedition. I would dearly love to accompany you, of course, but I'm afraid I'm committed to another task. On the subject of which I had hoped to ask for your assistance.
He's raring and ready to go.
Then again, it's not so urgent that it can't wait until you've returned.
Please, can we go? Can we go? Can we go?
You should go, Raha. I'll stay here and mind the shop, as it were.
He's such a bottom.
Are you sure? I'd hate to leave you short-handed.
Ra is pretty great.
I'm sure. Just try to be back before too many moons have passed.
Well, I guess we're off on another adventure already.
Here he goes. Which is good, because we didn't get...
anyone else to come along?
I mean, we pretty much just had Endwalker to go, like, adventuring and do stuff with him. Because during Shadowbringers, you know, he had to be the Crystal Exarch, so, you know, we didn't really get to have him tag along for much.
Then might I suggest we invite your Stola?
That's a great suggestion.
Ever since the Scions disbanded, she spent most of her time cloistered within the Great Google Library, hoping to piece together a method to traverse the rift.
I would have been happy with any combination, but I'm particularly happy with these two.
It would seem, however, that whatever wisdom she sought there was not to be found. She arrived in Charlian the other day. We spoke briefly before she began her search of Numenor. Considering what you've told us of Alzadal's extraordinary feats, I do believe your Stola would be more than interested to hear what you have to say.
Interesting. So if we had picked her,
Splendid.
I bet you we would have.
Archives at once.
I bet you we wouldn't have been able to do it. Though it's fun
Wait,
that she's by
before you go,
herself.
I have another potential member to volunteer, if you've room to spare. Urianger.
Orionge.
He sent the students a request for materials, you see. Treatises on the architecture of treasure vaults and the like. From what I can gather, the Loperites are looking to make improvements to their own creation and wish to learn more about how we build things down here. So, why not take Urianger with you? Let him study Alzadal's legacy firsthand.
None can deny the benefit of seeing something with your own eyes. If our expedition leader has no objections, I say we extend Urianger an invitation once we've spoken with your Stola.
Safe travels, you two. But don't forget, I'd still like your help with that other matter I mentioned.
The other matter is this. Tataru has gained the powers of a god. She cannot be stopped. No man, no weapon, no carbuncle can deter her from destruction. We need the savior of the realm.
Right. Then it's off to the library.
Tara totally drugged you, Mortona. Do you use that to siphon some of my power? With her little steely Lalafell hands. So, how far back does this codex go, I wonder? Oh wow, you can learn quite a bit about characters this way. This is really awesome. And it's gonna update as we play? Fuck yeah. That's a great feature. See, the Wandering Minstrel has stuff for me. Terrified. Yeah, I'm just happy maps. The map market seems to have recovered finally. It's good to know that I got some money waiting on me, because I was just starting to make money off of that, like, pretty steadily when it got all fucky on me. Braha. Oh my god, she's taking a cat nap. Screenshot, you bastard.
I've never known your Stola to doze off in the middle of research before.
It was truly that boring. That's him, officer. Oh, they're just gonna hang out, wait till she wakes up. The ears perk up. Bling.
Close my eyes for one moment.
I close my eyes for one moment. Why are they not voicing these lines? Donk! Damn it! I didn't get the book falling on her head.
How long have you two been here?
Okay, that's voice. Maybe my headphones are just fucked up. Oh, a while. Catching up on some light reading.
Something to that effect.
She's not pleased. I am.
I must have been studying for 2, 3 days straight before exhaustion finally claimed me.
Damn, Yustola.
As you know, I've been researching ways to travel from the source to one of its reflections. Well, looking for hints at least. I don't expect to find a simple set of instructions tucked away in some dark corner of the library. So I've been skimming through the stacks, hoping to uncover even a partial mention of any similar feats in the past. A means to travel between worlds exists, and you can be sure I will find a way to employ it. So I promised Runar, but 'twould seem I've set myself a nigh impossible task.
You needn't be so hard on yourself. The leap I made with the Crystal Tower was not achieved in an afternoon. It was the culmination of a collective effort spanning generations.
Oh yeah, I guess Grati is here, so like, if anyone would know about how that process was, it would be him.
Oh, you think me discouraged? I assure you, 'tis quite the opposite. A daunting challenge and the time to sink my teeth into it. I feel like a fresh-faced student again.
A scholar in her element.
Indeed. Was there something else you wish to ask of me? Alzadal is no minor figure in Harnish history, and much is known about his family. But this is the first I've heard of a descendant surviving a trip to another world. If those tales are true, then he may have left behind some clue as to how it was accomplished. An invitation to delve into one of the world's lingering mysteries, as if I could refuse. And whence do we embark upon this expedition?
At Chiali, by ship. But before that, we thought to extend an invitation to Urianger as well. He was in Thalmazane, last we heard.
Thalmazane.
Then by all means, let us recruit him, and be on our way.
Did she hijack that from Google Library? So Yustola, Heidelin, Reflections, Crystal Tower are this. I feel like we're gonna get so many Unending Codex things that it'll really kind of fill out what the past was like for us. Oh, hi. Sure, why not? Could I fly down there? Yeah. But I can also just go. Time to get denied. Get help.
Our illustrious champion. cloaked in the mantle of the common explorer, fame set aside in thy pursuit of simple adventure. I am told a new expedition is in the offing. And thee. As ever, thou art the picture of strength.
You've been keeping yourself busy, I trust.
Get help.
True to our plan, Thancred and I embarked upon a pilgrimage of sorts, with an eye for gauging the state of those lands through which we passed. Our travels were interrupted, however, by a request for aid from our befurred lunar allies. As you may recall, the Loperates had been seeking new purpose for the moon, another role through which it might serve to benefit mankind. The Forum hath been working to advise them in this endeavor, but I return to offer mine own counsel.
And this has what to do with treasure vaults, exactly?
You know, I was thinking the same thing.
Ah, you have learned of my predicament from Mistress Cryle. I know not whence they acquired such knowledge, but the Loperates now stand convinced that adventurers delight in treasure hunts.
What?
Thus,
Don't look at me like that.
Wonderland of riches and mystery, do they hope to entice all manner of daring delvers to the moon? So earnest and innocent was their desire to bring joy to the world that I found myself powerless to refuse them my cooperation.
Hey, on, Jay. Look, man, your heart is in such a good place, but they don't deserve it. What you're doing for them, the Loperates don't deserve it. They need to be told no.
But what of you, my friends? Why are you come to Labyrinthos? Fascinating. This is indeed a most fortuitous opportunity. I should be honored to accept thine invitation. How long hath it been, I wonder, when last our actions were not impelled by fate or desperation?
Aye. Though I cherish the Scion's accomplishments, 'tis pleasant to not have the weight of the world upon our shoulders for a change.
Honestly, same. This is all new shit, and I'm here for it.
Counting Istinian, we number 5 now, yes? Without knowing what traps or perils await unwary feet, we may be wise to refrain from recruiting others.
I agree. Between us, we should have the skills to handle whatever situation may arise. Shall we be on our way?
Story, go!
What, no time to spare a word for the grizzled old bard?
All is well, I trust?
A wasted trip, I'm afraid. I'd hoped to catch up with a former mentor while you parleyed with the rabbits, but it seems our paths were not to cross.
I will. Still, people they're looking well. It's not like we see them all the time anymore.
Experimental etherite. It's astounding what a lack of nausea does for one's sense of well-being.
Yeah, we did do that, didn't we?
In any case, as we made our way around Ilzabard, we saw that much of the continent was in various stages of chaos. A certain amount of disorder is to be expected. The final days are over, and the people no longer have a common threat binding them together. That's the thing with these fledgling troubles, eh? You need to keep an eye out, lest they mature into full-grown headaches. So, for what reason have so many esteemed personages seemed fit to gather?
We're gonna play Uno. In a treasure vault.
Beneath the waters of the bounty, you say? I see you've already stolen away my traveling partner with the promise of unexplored ruins and scholarly glory.
Maybe.
Nay, 'tis not for mine own indulgence, but rather the fulfillment of my commitment to the Loppers.
Ooh, I want to be purple. Yeah.
Of course. And if you have a Stinian rounding out your group, you'll likely have all the members you need.
Yep. I mean...
Feeling left out? I could put in a good word for you, if you like.
We may have been released from our obligations, but I'll never be free of that merciless wit of yours, will I? In all seriousness, 'tis best I sit this one out. Too many former scions consorting with one another might be seen as a cause for concern in certain quarters. I'll return to my usual reconnaissance and scout out the situation in the Far East. Feel free to share if you come across any interesting revelations.
What a mature decision, Theoncrid.
Till we meet again.
Shall we also hasten our departure? Sir Estinian will wonder what hath become of us.
We tripped. All of us. Are we taking the ship? No. Estinian, we found an even better boat. It's a spaceship. Isn't that fucking wild? Oh look, another map sold while we were... 2 maps sold while we were in that cutscene. Boy, am I glad I put those back on the fucking market. Get help. Oh, I send you to recruit Graha and you return with the entire survey party. Fuck. Hold on. I was reading that, asshole. I hope Match's boat is sturdy enough to carry us all. What he means is we're grateful for the use of one of your precious fishing vessels. We're more than glad for the chance to provide it. I ask only that you take care to steer clear of the reefs in the shallow there. Aye, we will keep an eye out. How about you? Alzadal III. I confess I'm somewhat embarrassed that the tale of his journey to another world escaped my notice. Could it be more than simple folklore? And what of the treasure he supposedly brought back? This undersea vault may hold relics from another reflection. My friends, we should temper our expectations. The map doth promise ruins, but beyond that we know not what we will find. Not until we find it, aye. So let's dispense with the conjecture and set sail for the vault. I take it we're unlocking the dungeon right now. I don't know. I thought that was going to be the unlock text. Ryu, do you need to go outside? Hmm? Oh, Azadal's Legacy is now available. Oh no. Kay's dead. What is this emote? They're just curled up asleep on the ground. What? That's adorable. Let me see if my dog wants to go outside really quick. YouTube folks who won't know this thing. Alright, we're back. So, we're gonna check out this new dungeon. Kay, do you want to come along? Or are you busy? Definitely busy stalking you, yep. If you want to vibe in Discord for a little bit, I'll be in there. Hello.
Why?
Oh, hi.
I gotta mute stream before I hear myself kick.
Oh. Meh. Well, it looks like I'm the one who ended up getting help at the end of the day, aka you.
Can't escape this. I actually meant to get the dance that totally breaks your fucking ankles, but
is it
the box step? I think it is.
Oh, the box step. Okay. I thought it might have been which one? This one.
No.
Does that be pretty hard on your ankles?
No, dude, these ankles they get broken, man. I'm like, what the hell's going on?
Yeah. Ba da da ba 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 da 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 da. Anyways,
heel toe. That's what it is. The heel toe.
Oh yeah, yeah. I'll get those sometime. So like, is that person just like, is that a play dead emote that I don't recognize, or?
I think that's sleep.
You can just do that on the ground.
They might be using a mod. That's the thing.
Well, the thing is, I'm playing on PS5. So
yeah, you know, in Limsa, people were able to make it look like they were sitting, like on the rails, like they were actually chairs. People have been using mods like that recently.
Oh,
they can totally get banned for it, but
they don't care, huh?
Yeah.
I'm gonna run around the corner so nobody sees me, and I'm gonna try this. Because I want to make sure that it's just a mod and not something new and cool that you can do. So... Well, I don't even... Because Doze isn't even in that. Like you can do Doze, and you do it while you're standing up. And then if you sit in Doze, there's a special animation for that. What if I do
there's
sit?
Not any new emotes, so
sit on ground. Yep. Oh, they're hacking. Hacks. Well, mystery solved, I guess.
Just curl up into a ball emote.
Yeah, that's fucking adorable, though. Just throwing it out there, they should totally do it. Like, please. I haven't played Machinist in a little bit.
It's an exploit slash bug if it's the actual slash sleep mode.
Oh!
Because that's definitely not played that.
Okay.
Yeah, so they're probably using like a third-party tool to force being able to lay on the ground.
Well, wonder if Square will give a shit.
Probably not. If a GM finds them though, they're probably gonna get hell, and they are in a busy area right now.
They're at the fucking dungeon entrance.
Yeah.
Like, what a dumb place to do it. And they're AFK, so they're doing something to not get kicked out because they haven't removed the kick-out timer yet.
You are lead, so you can queue.
Oh shit, I didn't notice because you started the party. Alzadal's Legacy. Wow, it's like there's a bunch of people queuing, and there's a healer in this party. Yeah, just let me do it blind.
Yeah, I'm gonna shut up. I'm just gonna spam Lily and say how much I love getting these crits that I'm gonna point out every time I get them.
Yo, yeah, I loved reading the changes to the lilies because it seemed to make them not a waste.
I got an 80k crit today during this dungeon. And
Oh,
I was
really?
like, holy shit,
That's
man.
awesome.
Ooh, it felt good.
That's awesome. Yeah. So, but yeah, you've had a chance now to play with it. Does White Mage feel a lot better?
Yes.
Good.
I'd say there's still improvements that could be done, but I'm happy with what I got.
So, like, I know I mentioned this, I think yesterday, but I generally will read through Reddit whenever stuff like this gets announced and kind of see how people are feeling about it. Kind of get the community's general, like, thoughts on stuff. And overall, the White Mage changes seem to be taken very favorably. It's probably one of the most positive things.
The most important takeaway from it was getting damage neutral lilies, which was, and they actually, Aphrodis Misery got super buffed because it's 1240 potency at 74. It's not an upgrade, which means it's a damage gain in Shadowbringers.
Fuck yeah. At this point, no harm in that. It gets people using it sooner. It's going to take me a little bit to start playing properly because I haven't played Machinist in at least not like level 90 Machinist in months.
I'm super comfortable with this dungeon already. And I've only done it once.
Oh. Alright, reassemble.
I was kind of hoping we'd get a Dark Knight tank, because I want to play around with Dark Knight's new living good.
Oh yeah. Yeah, Dark Knights also seem very pleased with what they got. Which is a 180 from how they were... Yeah, from how they were expecting it, because when they were talking about it during the, the part 2, they had discussed the invul, and it wasn't quite what people wanted, but then it turned out to be exactly what people wanted because they omitted some details.
Yeah, we were worried that, we were going to lose the invuln buff upon getting fully healed, but they made it to what everyone wanted, so
yep.
Very good. When's Mug? Come on, Ninja, put Mug down. Please? No Mug? Sad. 60k crit.
I feel like machinists have already kind of given up in this expansion.
Oh, fuck. I'm still not the best with these mechanics, so.
Because I didn't really learn it properly the first time we saw it.
I mean, I know what they do. I don't know the patterns and stuff.
Well, I have no idea.
True. But
No? What the fuck? I don't understand it. I'm gonna need to see that one some more, because that makes no sense to me.
can I wear this hat? No, sad. A lot of these hats are cute, but I can't wear any. Pretty sad.
Alright, bitch slap this menu away from me, it's cool. I would like loot, please, thank you. Not a fan of that. That's gonna be a pain in the ass to do while you're trying to AoE. Yeah, just targeting that guy took longer than it should have.
Pretty.
Oh, okay.
Dang.
He's got a phone call.
I guess you can break your ankles in this case. Especially in heels. Holy shit.
Yeah. One wet floor and you'd be comatose.
Sorry, it's really weird for me to have like more health than a lot of people because I'm invested slot, which is a really weird feeling.
Yeah, you're at a point where you can't really compare your performance when you're in stuff like this. Otherwise, you're just gonna hate everybody.
Oh yeah, we got to Titan. Ooh, I don't know if I told you. We're at jails right now.
Last I heard, you were working on getting the Titan. You were pretty confident you were
are.
going to get there, but you weren't there yet.
We're officially at it. We're using potions and we're skipping an entire phase on Ifrit. So.
Oh. Sounds like it's coming along pretty well.
Mm-hmm. I mean, we're taking a break right now just because 2 of our members are out of town. We'll probably do a little bit more Uwu Prog next week, but then we're starting Dragon Song when it comes out. We'll eventually go back and like finish Uwu and everything, but we want to do the on-content Ultimate when it releases.
Yeah. And plus it's new stuff. This is I want to say this is your first time having like major patch content like this that wasn't a full-blown expansion, right?
Yeah, technically 5.5, but nothing really happened in 5.5.
Yeah, we didn't really get anything that one. We wouldn't really count that one.
But yeah, I joined during 5.3, but I also stopped playing during 5.3.
Yeah. So, and you weren't there, like at that point story-wise. So, yeah, this is a new experience.
I think I left off just before Cape Westwind.
Yeah, you were. I remember you were way back. So this is a new experience for both you and Harley. But there's not much to it. You just have to kind of realize you don't get full expansion every batch.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna have so much fun during PvP. I was doing ranked matches for like 3 hours.
Wow. I'm a little surprised to hear that, but like pleasantly surprised.
It's so much fun. It's crazy. Like, it just feels so good to play. The job actions feel great. The limit breaks feel awesome. In Crystalline Conflict, it's 5 minutes a match. Like, the max will go is maybe 8 minutes because overtime.
Yeah.
But other than that, quick, fun. As long as you don't get terrible teammates in ranked. 4 fights in a row. Not that I'm speaking from experience or anything. I think the ranking system's a bit borked right now, so.
Alright, tank. We're just gonna let all these generate anyways. I don't even care about attacking that thing anymore.
I'm pressing the holy button. I just noticed that crab's name is Clawtrap Acidal the 14th, and he's got a giant crown on his head. Damage. Also, Sage is getting Adder Sting in the when the instance started. I'm jealous. I am so jealous.
Yeah, I read that. It's good. Cause it kind of sucked to have to build that up. Like, you, come on. Ah, okay. Now this one I get so far, I think.
Oh my gosh, they're hurt. Let me use a lily on them.
Yeah, it's gotta be nice to have all that free healing and not feel bad for using it.
Yep. When we were raiding today, I was like, if someone took like 2 points of damage, I was like, oh my gosh, you're hurt. Let me help you.
Oh, shit.
I was right the first time.
Dude, that got really complicated really quick. I have never been a mechanic of, oh hey, I have to check multiple points.
Oh shit, I was totally forgot that that was behind me. Oh, you're dead.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, unfortunately you can't cover the bleed, Paladin. There's mud. Oh my god, you're all hurt.
Oof. Okay. The tank had nothing on these. I pulled them one shotgun blast apiece. Okay, arm's length. Cool. I didn't mean to do that.
They bought pallet. This will last 10 more seconds. I should still be able to get a Lily under buffs. If Mug is even on, though. I'm in Spain at BA.
Oh shit. That was amusing. I'm sure it's going to turn annoying here in a little bit, though.
Oh my god, a tank buster. Heal. Oh my god, you all took damage. That's pretty good annoying for me to say. Holy shit.
Oh, fuck. That was the easiest boss out of the three of them. The other two, it's not fun. This one I didn't mind though.
Goes by super fast. Like this dungeon feels so fast compared to the other ones. I love it. Okay, enjoy your cutscenes. Bye.
Bye. Thanks for hanging out. Hop out of Discord.
What have we here?
'Tis not unlike a Hunnish alchemical furnace in design.
Well, there is one way we might find out.
Stop! You mustn't touch it.
Well, all right.
Vritra! Oh, my apologies. Should I continue calling you Varshan?
You may address me as you wish. My nature is no longer a secret. Still, this is not a setting I imagined for our reunion. Surely you've not entered these ruins as common looters.
Would that we could deny your accusations, but I fear you're not far from the truth.
Great Vritra, might we beseech thee to explain the nature of this strange contrivance?
It was crafted by our alchemists at my behest, for the purpose of sealing something away.
I wasn't gonna touch it, but you know you stole it.
Perhaps I should simply show you.
It's a butthole and face. She smirks.
I have lifted the seal, if only for the moment, by an authority only I possess.
A planar fissure?
No, my friend. Small though it may be, this is a functioning gate into the void.
How about you? Yeah, I didn't intend for you to be let in so soon either. Shit happens though, buddy. He's getting around considerably better. Like, still a little rough. Still has a way to go, but he is recovering quite a bit with that leg. He actually is using it most of the time now. Void gates and fissures are much the same thing in practice, in the sense that both allow passage between the source and the 13th. The difference in terminology refers to the circumstances of their creation. A fissure is an incidental tear in the fabric between worlds, whereas a void gate is the product of deliberate action. I suspect this is the latter, judging by the elaborate mechanism put in place to control it. To think that our search for material riches would lead to this priceless discovery. That swirling emptiness, it puts me in mind of old friends, not to mention old foes. Oh boy. Such a tiny portal truly be so dangerous. I didn't mean to talk to him, but that's okay.
I must admit, I am deathly curious to know how a void gate came to be hidden in the depths of these ruins.
To tell that tale, we must first peer far to the south, and even further into memory. An age 5 millennia passed when the Algan Empire sent an invading force to the shores of Merasidia. The southern people rallied around the commanding figures of Bahamut and Tiamat and fought fiercely to repel the would-be conquerors. With Bahamut's defeat, however, the tide turned against them. Desperate to seize any advantage, the Mercidians resorted to summoning primal entities.
Oh, you don't get to see the Warring Triad reference too terribly much.
In response, Emperor Zande forged a covenant with
Zande.
the Cloud of Darkness, sovereign among the all-devouring denizens of the Void. Thus bolstered by icons on one side and Void Scent on the other, the two armies clashed in a battle of unspeakable carnage. So much death, so much loss.
I consider myself well versed in that period of history, yet you speak as one who witnessed it happen.
Indeed, I did. I heard Tiamat's roar of defiance and sped toward that war-torn land. Along with my sibling, Ashdaya.
Staya.
We dragons are not male or female as men are wont to classify, but elder sister is the closest a mortal tongue can come to describing what she meant to me. I was the last of our brood to hatch, and Ashdaya cared for me where my sire could not. Thus I was with her when Tiamat roared.
Yeah.
I was with her when she journeyed south, and I was with her when she fought against the void-sent hordes. Yet no matter how many of their vile fiends we cast down, more rose from the abyss to take their place. Faced with an unwinnable war of attrition, Ashdaya risked her all on a final gamble. She plunged through the void gate itself to strike at the root of their strength. I tried to follow in her wake, determined to lend what aid I could. But even as I came upon Alag's glittering tower, I saw the rift close behind her. And Ashdaya has been lost to us ever since.
I find I must retract my earlier claim of historical knowledge. Nowhere in the Crystal Tower's archives did I see mention of such noble sacrifice.
That does not surprise me. To Allagan eyes, it must have seemed as if a lone dragon, driven to madness, simply dove through the gate and did not return. For my part, I spent long years searching for the means to reunite with Ashdaya.
Uh-oh. Vitro, you did this, didn't you?
Until I could search no more. Until Alag was dust, and the arts to open a void gate large enough to accommodate a dragon forever lost.
Yet you have the beginnings of a gate right here, under the control of a harnessed device.
My discovery came before Radzat Han was founded. Though I scoured the lands for a method to cross the rift, it was beneath the sea that I chanced to find a natural planar fissure. It was, however, far too narrow to admit a worm's bulk. Only after our city rose upon the rock, and I could enlist the aid of our talented alchemists, did matters take a favorable turn. Their dedication was beyond reproach. Tirelessly they worked to expand the fissure, and after decades of toil, it finally grew to a size that a child might pass through.
So would this explain why he uses a child's body as his avatar?
Not long ago, you told us that you called out to your kin, that Ashdaya's answer was silence. I suspect the conclusion to your tale is not a joyful one.
With hope in my heart, I used a simulacrum to cross the threshold.
Yeah.
But no, I did not find her. What I found was a host of void sent, clamoring around the opening they had sensed. 'Twas but a moment, but enough. I had no choice but to retreat and allow the portal to contract once more.
The gate was a threat to your people. You had to decide between endangering Radzat Han and abandoning your sister. And you chose the latter.
Well, she's probably hella corrupted over there.
'Twas not that thy sibling scorned thy call. 'Twas that she was trapped beyond a barrier through which neither roar nor dragon may pass. Even now, in the desolate world of the 13th.
I can scarce imagine your pain, yet it was wise not to linger in that place. Too long a sojourn, and even a being of your power risks being warped into a creature of the void. You've seen this phenomenon before, when we stepped into the darkness.
I remember when Nero turned purple.
Turned purple? Well, yes. His wounds had allowed the void's corruption to enter his body and twist his ether. Had it been allowed to progress much longer, I presume he would have been fully transformed.
Then there is little hope for Ashdaya.
Ah, no. I hadn't meant to. I speak only of possibilities. The scales of the First Brood are extraordinarily resistant to ethereal fluctuations. They are the protective talisman's core components after all, and even the corruption I described would struggle to overcome.
You chose that one too, and you felt like Ra was upset at you for being dumb-dumb? I am dumb-dumb, so he just has to accept me how I am.
Of course. With the warding scale in one's possession, one could conceivably survive a stay in the 13th without being warped by its energies.
Be that as it may, it is too late to rescue my sister. 5,000 years too late. And now countless others look to me for guidance and protection.
So, let me go in there.
So when I sensed intruders in the ruins, I came only to ensure that the gate remained closed. That, and to secure the treasure, of course.
Wait, there's treasure here?
I wish only to forget the rest.
All that to accept a quest. Boy, it felt like shit on that journey. So they managed not only to expand the fissure, but also manipulate it as one might a gate. Astonishing. Is there any chance I could learn more of how this feat was accomplished? I will tell you what I can. First, however, I must return to the High Crucible and arrange to replace the Guardians you so handily destroyed, if not due to leave the gate undefended. Ah, my apologies. We were perhaps a touch zealous in our rush to uncover the vault's secrets. If the constructs can be repaired, we'd be happy to offer our assistance. That will not be necessary. Much as I retain spare vessels for myself, we keep duplicate guardians on hand for such eventualities, in the case we should return to Radzatan. Alright. Yeah, I'll probably review my stream a little bit later and see if I can pick up some other things about those fights. Particularly the first two, because like, the first one I just don't get at all. I thought I did, but then I didn't. The second one, my understanding kept getting shit on by the fact that they would continue to add new things. Which I hate when they design it like that. And the fact that there's so many things to keep track of. It took me about a month to get used to Smileton because of the final boss fight. While I am loath to keep Crow waiting much longer, I cannot bring myself to leave before hearing more of Vitra's tale. Yeah, like the first 2 weeks I hated Smileton because I was like, fuck, I'm gonna take a lot of damage during the boss fight at the end. And I was right, I did, because I just can't track that many things at once. I promise we will discuss the Void Gate further, but first I must attend to the matter of the Vault Sentinels. As your instruments have no doubt informed you, the Kapakulu has been reduced to so much scrap. Please bring a new one out of storage and see it is conveyed to its post along with some lesser constructs. Was it tomb robbers? Fiends born of the Tower of Zot? By the sisters, do not tell me a blasphemy yet roams free. No? Yes. But we took care of it. We're heroes. Or something. Probably. Look, we tripped, okay? Why such guilty faces? Surely it isn't you who are responsible for this. Oh. Well. Details aren't important. I shall see it done immediately. With that, the vault will soon be secure once more. Now, I believe you had questions? Quite a few, in fact, but I'd like to begin with the gate itself. It is still functional, yes? Indeed, which is why I saw it sealed with an alchemically forged lock and warded it with my magics. Such power must not fall into the wrong hands. In truth, the primary reason for the vault's construction was to keep the gate hidden from the outside world. So much effort for such a little door. This is why we keep Tataru around. She's totally gonna pay that guy off. You just shut the fuck up and do it, okay? Just shut up. Here, take this money, and if you do snitch, I will fucking murder you. That little door you speak of leads to an abyss teeming with unspeakable horrors. That said, in its current state, I would admit only the lowliest of void sent. From this side, no man would be able to pass through. No man? I should think Alphino would fit, given a firm enough push. Physical size is only one consideration. The true restriction hinges upon the etheric density of the soul in transit. And yet you succeed in expanding this diminutive portal and sending your simulacrum to the 13th. Thanks to my brilliant alchemist, I should have destroyed the anomaly when I found it, but instead I bade them devise a means to control it. After much experimentation, they accomplished the impossible. A method was conceived by which my magics could manipulate the fissure and transform it into a serviceable gate. But the process has long since been forgotten. Once I had given up searching for Azdaia, there was no need to preserve such esoteric and dangerous knowledge. Thus has the gate lain dormant for years uncounted. Our own passage to the 13th was made relatively simple thanks to the Crystal Tower. The ancient mechanism channeled the tower's vast stores of energy to open a void gate, one bound to a covenant made with the Cloud of Darkness. Once its sovereign entity was beaten back, however, the covenant was broken and the doorway severed from its connection to the void. Hey, take care, Kay. Thanks for running that dungeon with me. Sleep well. Oh. My posture is checked. Thank you. Theoretically, it should be possible to reconnect the gate by forging a new pact with another voice set, but such deals usually end in betrayal and death. In any case, we should attempt to gain understanding of the bounty gate. Mayhap you could resume the search for your sister. As I've already explained, I put those futile hopes to rest centuries ago. My place and my duty is here now. Ah, I had meant to ask, what prompted you to search for the vault in the first place? It was all Estinian's idea. Yeah, it was all Estinian's idea. I'd drive that bus right over him. As I recall, 'twas you who was chasing tales of undersea ruins. What? Me? Psst. What are you talking about? Well, as you've seen, the fabulous wealth from the stories is quite real, if not its rumored origin. But I'm afraid I must assert a prior claim. I've been adding to that trove for years, little by little, but the time has come to spend it that I might alleviate my people's suffering. Then we are of one mind. We had no intention of taking it for ourselves. Isn't that right, my friend? Sorry, Brian started coughing. Want to check on him really quick. Hey, buddy. Okay. To get out. Your Excellency, would you object if I were to conduct a closer examination of the gate? I'll make no attempt to open it, of course. I owe you and yours a debt that can never be repaid. Whatever boon you ask of me, you shall have it. You're most gracious. I shall take full advantage of your permission. Would that I could join thee in thy study, but the Loporits will be anxious to receive my report. I beg my leave of you. Now I must be off to Charlian as well. Mr. Skrull is eager to speak with you about that request, so please come back to the Annex as soon as you are able. Farewell for now. We can discuss my findings once I return. You'll not be rid of me so easily. Oh hey, we can do the raid now. That'll be tomorrow when we do the raid. That's gonna have its own video. I'm not stitching it to this one or anything. The difficult part in all this will be deciding how best to put these riches to use. Will you lend me your hand and your assistance in these deliberations? Thank you, Alice. Alice and I are in this together. I'll follow her example. Yeah, you probably shouldn't be telling people to spend their money, Estinian. I'd like to think they involve Estinian so much with money because they want to redeem him. I can fix him. This is also from Final Fantasy IV. Is this Golbez? I still think it's... Oh. Yeah, it looks like Golbez now. It's fucking Golbez. There's the crystals of light, and then the opposite crystals of darkness. So there's 8 in the whole. Yep. So he's already got all 4 crystals of light. That's a very important plot point in Final Fantasy IV. I sensed the breaching of a gate, but it was not instigated from this side. 'Twas thrown open from the other. I too felt it. A rare occurrence, yes, but such a tiny portal is beneath our notice. There are more pressing matters at hand. Opportunities upon us, the coming of which we have waited for nigh on 10,000 years. We dare not let it slip our grasp. Yet we must not underestimate she who bested the cloud of darkness. Even restrained by a covenant, the cloud was no feeble wisp to be dispersed by some flesh and blood mortal. Bah, let her come. I will drown the world and watch this fleshling grasp for her breath in her final moments. So these aren't necessarily the crystals then, but the thrones are speaking. Your zeal is admirable, but forget not our cause. This is fucking Golbez. Think back on our struggles beneath the sunless sky. Remember why we cede not our will to fight. Yep. 'Tis time we set the war in motion and win redemption for our star. So, Final Fantasy IV spoilers here really quick, like major spoilers. So skip the like next minute or so if you don't want to be spoiled. Anyways, so the whole thing with Golbez is that Golbez is the essentially neglected brother of the main character from 4, Cecil. And he is essentially being corrupted by this like being from another race, who is so negative that he uses Golbez as kind of a puppet. And Golbez gets to finally mend things with his brother at the end of 4, and helps out how he can. Shall we begin? If we are to spend the treasure wisely, then we must first determine which groups would benefit most from monetary assistance. Some of my citizens may find it intimidating to speak with the satrap directly, so I would ask that you act in my stead. Alice, you are to visit Akyali and Yedlamad. Speak with Matsya and his people and listen to their grievances. Estinian, I bid you do the same at Palaka Stand. I'll be conducting my own inquiries at the Giant Skull grounds. Once you believe you have ascertained the needs of the populace, we can reconvene at Megaduda. I wonder if they'll actually reveal his name or if they're gonna make people wait for it. Oh hey, yesterday's session of Death Stranding just went live. I've only got like 2 hours max that I can like continue to play. What? What is out here? Like, I know what this platform is. That's not what I'm worried about. Oh, that's the tree that's in the distance. Fuck. I thought there was something walking around on that platform, and I was like, what the fuck? What's out here? It was that tree. Okay. Ah, well, there's Akyali, but we wouldn't have seen this part until it became a dungeon entrance. But yeah, we've got a couple dungeon entrances here along the shore. Ah, oh Alice. I was so glad to see you return unharmed. You finished with the boat then. Right, the boat. That we definitely took back. Anything the village desperately needs? Well, I suppose Kuzzle's loss hit us hardest. I'm trying to find buyers for my fish, but although I sell a few here and there, it's so much more difficult than it was before. Everyone's still struggling to rebuild their lives. For now, we're just banding together as best we can. He was, Kuzzle was the, like, main merchant person in Yedlamad. Greetings and welcome, traveler. If this is your first visit to Thavnair, then you must try my special Amr Lassi. Its refreshing zest cannot be beat. What could such a wonder cost, you wonder? Normally I would part with 3 bottles for the generous price of 19,800 gil, but for you, I'm willing to go as low as even 10,000. You'd be practically stealing from me. Stealing at that price, you're the only thief around here. Still not turning a profit these days. I am not Estinian. Estinian, who is... You're the one who's with that spear-toting fellow. Well, you can hardly blame a man for trying. The world may no longer be on fire, but we're still sifting through the ashes, so to speak. Sister, spare me. We might as well have that ugly tower back for the scant few travelers we see these days. I myself barely have the coin to buy at local prices. I tell you, if I didn't charge the odd adventurer a small fortune for afternoon tea, I'd be scavenging for scraps in the street. So, commerce just seems really shitty here. Nobody has money to buy anything and everything's overpriced. How fares the port? Well, it's in shambles, isn't it? Trade routes are open once more now that the danger's passed, certainly, but no small number of merchants have had to sell their ships to make ends meet in the short term. Add to that the sailors we lost in the final days, and it's little wonder how the flow of exports is no more than a pitiful trickle. If Kozal and his consortium were still with us, I'm sure he'd have found a way to turn our fortunes around. Now that was a man who got things done, God's rest his soul. So they need boats and fishermen to get their exports back up. And once their exports are going, they can start selling things. They'll have the money to be able to afford stuff, and the economy should start to balance out a little bit. Is what I'm gathering. Make it do. Alexander Agnerson. That's probably a Helsing reference. Ah, my advisor's return. I've just made it back myself. Why do you retain this vessel now that your true form is known? You could have flown across the island in a fraction of the time. Be that as it may, the sight of a massive creature descending from the sky can be startling, to say the least. There are few places I can enter comfortably without risking of flattening some cart or stall. Fair enough. As for my inquiries, the people of Palakistan were unanimous in their reply. They are surviving. Resources were stretched to the limit when refugees were pouring in, but they persevered with some assistance from Yedlamad. From what I understand, they have always been an independent community, hunters and foragers and the like, that is assured that the jungle provides for their needs for the most part. Palakistan has weathered the disaster better than most, it seems. I myself heard good news and bad. The quarrymen were cautiously optimistic, having just sold a full wagon of giant skull to a foreign trader, but such visitors are few and far between. Compared to our best years, the weight of stone leaving Thavnir has been light indeed. Our nation is small and isolated, its prosperity dependent on a steady stream of exports. We must identify any obstacles to the flow of trade so we may begin working to remove them. Tell me, what did you learn in Akali and Yedlamad? So all that stuff I said just a bit ago. I see. Without a dedicated buyer, the average fisherman must struggle to offload his daily catch. That's why I believe we should first address the lack of ships and shortage of able-bodied sailors in Yedlamad. I'm reminded of a child I spied as I made my way back to the palace. His father lost at sea when the beast sunk their vessel. So many variations of the same tragic tale repeated over and over. So many lives lost. Hey, there's our waif. Enough grief to drown in if we let ourselves be overcome, but we will not. Alice, Estinian, I will consider the perspectives you brought me and devise a plan to help my people confront this adversity. Come, I would like you to be in attendance when I announce the proposal to my assembled functionaries.
fortune I set aside for a future day of need. And lo, that day hath come. May it aid our wounded city in reclaiming its vibrancy and vigor. In better times, I would leave such a task to our capable Ahawan. God's rest his soul. Finding myself bereft of his counsel in the here and now, I will assume the responsibilities of mine office directly. Firstly, the treasure shall be sold for more convenient currency. Thence, invested into the trading port of Yedlamar. Our merchants must have their operations restored, their ships rebuilt. Commerce must flow once more. None were spared the tragedy of the final days. Of this I am well aware. But an absence was created by the loss of Karazal's consortium. And by filling it, we provide new means for our fishermen, our artisans, and others to bring their wares to distant markets.
And what of the children who were left without family to care for them?
That is a concern which weigheth heavily upon my mind. A simple gift of coin will soon be exhausted, leaving these young souls adrift on the fringes of our society. Nay, a proper solution is needed, one which doth guarantee their welfare for years to come. Thou hast surely seen how other nations rise to meet this challenge, adventurer. What dost thou deem the wisest course?
Oh boy.
Of course, we can draw on trading profits to build a new institution.
And I helped.
Let us put this idea into practice. A contract shall be written, requiring all who receive of Al-Zadal's treasure to commit a portion of their future earnings towards the running of an orphanage. Now, such an influential policy is deserving of a worthy name. A fitting candidate. Karazal should be remembered, not as the blasphemy which terrorized Thavne, but as a hard-working and generous man who brought much wealth to our shores. Do any among you object to this proposition? Many here lost loved ones to the beasts.
In that time of strife, any one of us could have broken. Any one of us may have been taken by despair. When I think of Kalzal, I feel no hatred. Only a stinging regret that we could not save him as well. Isn't that right, men?
This bodes well for that boy. Murad, was it?
Perhaps he
Mirad.
can cut ties with that shady peddler.
Then let it be done. Henceforth, this initiative shall be known as the Kalzal Foundation. Nabdeen, thou art to assemble a patrol and ensure that no child in this city liveth in squalor. Clerks, see to the management of our funds and make haste. Our citizens must not suffer a day more than is necessary.
Yo, Vitra is such a good Tataru. He may not have all the answers all the time, but his heart is absolutely in a good place for his
Dragon and
people.
man, side by side in pursuit of a brighter morrow. I'm reminded of Ishgard.
Oops. Thank you for coming, or thank you for putting forth Kalzal's name. Those whose lives he enriched will take comfort in seeing his legacy honored. You will forgive me for not speaking sooner, but I bear a message from Archon Y'shtola. She asked that you meet her at the High Crucible at your earliest convenience. Understood. Thank you. Y'shtola must have finished her study of the Void Gate. Shall we hear what she has to say, then? I will go with you. This is Varshan. I thought the Satrap would be too busy setting up the foundation. My clerks have been the well-oiled cogs of this administration since before the Iwan assumed the office. Or since before Iwan, not the Iwan. They understand what needs to be done. I am curious to learn what conclusions your Archon has reached concerning the gate's unique construction. As you wish, allow me to lead the way, Your Excellency. How are you? I think you need to go back out, BRB. Oh, wait, we'll wait for this cutscene until we go. Yeah, buddy, you're going down in a minute. Alright, Burb. And we're back. Oh, I'm still in a party with Kay this whole time. They logged out. Oops. This is not like a super long story thus far. I was hoping to have it all done tonight, though.
Right, here we all are.
You discovered something new.
I took a closer look at that device. I was able to determine how it keeps the Void Gate sealed, but not how it might instead be employed to expand the opening. For that, I would need to reference the technique developed by Vritra's alchemists, no records of which appear to have survived the intervening years.
We know this, so why have you sent for us? Have you learned aught of value or not?
Patience, good sir. One must introduce the subject before launching into specifics. From what we understand, travel between worlds is accomplished by passing through the nebulous rift which exists between them. Picture, if you will, the moment you were called to the first. You touched a focus of some kind to help the Exarch pinpoint your location. His summoning spell then channeled the energies of the Crystal Tower to begin your journey to his world. The magics tore a hole in the walls separating source and shard, and cast you into the intervening nothingness. In that place, the laws of nature hold no sway. Yet even through this realm of temporal and spatial instability, you were borne safely to your destination in the first. The feat that guided you across such an unimaginable distance, both physical and metaphorical, was nothing short of a miracle.
Then what of the many void sent found in the source? Who guides them here, and how?
An excellent question. Though there are several methods by which the Void's denizens might intrude upon our world, the rituals of summoning are the most typical. For example, let us consider the Gargoyle, a creature of middling power. To call upon such an entity, the prospective summoner must force open a void gate. The portal lasts but a moment and is relatively small, allowing only an imp or other lesser being to squeeze through with their physical body intact. Our more powerful gargoyle, however, is too large for that. Creating a gate big enough for him would require vast amounts of energy, far beyond the reserves of any one mortal practitioner. Instead, 'tis far more common to bring over only the entity's soul. We had a taste of that ourselves when a certain Exarch dragged us to the first. And just as our bodies remained in our world, the Void Sense physical form is left behind in the 13th. Once at its destination, the summoned soul is granted a temporary shell to inhabit. In the gargoyle's case, a stone effigy has proven a suitable vessel.
Wait. You said that Voidsent must be called here deliberately by someone in the source, reeled in like a fisherman with his catch.
Exactly. For a being to navigate the chaos of the rift, with or without form, there must needs be a guiding agent on the other side.
When the hordes poured forth from Alag's Great Gate, it was the technologists who drew them through. Though to my knowledge, planar fissures are in essence natural passages between our world and the void, which require no such guidance to traverse. Why is only the boundary between the source and the 13th so fragile? So much so that it often tears open of its own accord.
I believe solving that mystery is key to understanding travel between the source and its reflections.
And how do you intend to get your answers?
Still, you getting in some weird science.
The danger is too great.
Perhaps. But what some call danger, others think of as adventure.
Were you not listening to my tale? Never mind that the means to expand the gate has been lost to the ages. Even could you force the portal wide enough, you would be greeted by an army of murderous horrors the very instant you step through.
I assure you I was most attentive, and I agree that to go alone would be certain death. But if I were to bring along one who has already braved the 13th and humbled the cloud of darkness, well, I imagine my chances would be much improved.
I like how, like, your character's powers always recognized. You son of a bitch, I'm in.
I had a feeling you might say that. Once again, I put my life in your ever-reliable hands. That said, as much as I would like to march straight back to the Void Gate, there is the small matter of being unable to open it without the Satrap's personal authority.
Yeah, that is tricky.
As I've said before, I will grant you and yours any boon you choose to name, provided it does not endanger my people.
You have my word that we will take every precaution. Not a single Voidsent will be allowed to threaten Radzatan, assuming we manage to expand the portal in the first place.
Quick adventure, 15 minutes, in and out.
Actually, I had hoped you might help us with that. I presume the alchemists you retained supplied you with some explanation of their methodology.
That they did. House Daimir was overseeing the project.
Daimir. Ah, yes. The family associated with the great work.
I did not fully comprehend the theory, but their research began with a Voidsent which had slipped through the fissure. After a thorough examination, they created an arcane simulacrum possessed of similar qualities. A man-made Voidsent, if you will. It was apparently indispensable in their efforts to enlarge the gate.
A man-made Voidsent?
Yes. Being great admirers of the Archons, House Daimir submitted detailed notes to Charlene's official committee. They expected praise and accolades for their simulacrum, and were thus devastated to be informed that their work had been classified as prohibited material.
Well, shit.
If that's true, then those notes might still be stored in a forbidden archive somewhere. Not Google, of course, since that library had yet to be built. Which leaves us with
With Grod's favorite place to sneak around. Learning all sorts of forbidden shit. Just another day.
Indeed. Numenon's restricted stacks may very well hold a copy. In which case, I say we head directly to Charlian.
Unless you anticipate needing help to reach the high shelves, I see myself being of little use. Go on ahead. I still need to find Mirad and tell him about the Kalzal Foundation.
I like the Scions are just kind of slowly seeing themselves back to their own task. Not really overstaying much. And you're just kind of like goofing around there, buddy. Surprising lack of twins in this patch, though. Because I feel like we've pulled everybody in, at least for a little bit.
Do I sit idly by?
Yes. Seriously, we've handled worse. Oh, if we're to enter Nomenon's restricted archives with a minimum of fuss, we must secure the permission of the Forum. First, however, we shall need to enlist the cooperation of a member to broach the matter on our behalf. Who do you think might be inclined to assist us? No one springs to mind? What of Scholar Montague? He did come to Graz's defense during the inquiry, after all. Tis settled. Let us head to Phenomenon and see if he's willing to help us once more. Alright, so one change they've made, which it may not even be relevant for her. You can see that there's conversation points. They're listed on the map. So you don't have to like guess where they're at or be afraid that you're gonna miss one. I know they said you can do mounts. And I think you can port now too. Yes. You used to not be able to do that. It was really restricting for no good reason. I apprenticed to Master Matoy at the age of 7 and labored under her tutelage for a full decade. I never had the chance to attend the studium. Neither did Thancred, as I recall. Soon after Master Louisoix took him in off the streets, he was put in the care of another Archon. He was a rigorous and practical education in the arts of espionage and survival. Sometimes I wonder what my life might have been like had I pursued studies here instead. Take the last day in after a day of lectures? Oh, that does sound lovely. Afternoons with friends spent sipping tea and debating theories. Still, I wouldn't give up my time with Master Matoya for the world. The dank cave I studied in was about as far from the bright, airy halls of academia as one could get. It was a wondrous, magical childhood nonetheless. We got some Y'shtola lore. I'm here for it. You notice how it's like thinning out? People are going to bed. Because it was, you know, everybody's just crowded. Ah, visitors. You're skipping through the text too fast. And quite esteemed ones at that. What may I do for you? Pray forgive the intrusion, Skylark, but we were hoping you might help us secure permission to enter Nominon's restricted archives. Oh ho. No further forays into the stacks this time, huh? I applaud this newfound sense of propriety, yet in all this wide world of comparative serenity, what so compels you to disturb a vault of forbidden wisdom? Void gates. Basically. Fascinating. I had no idea such a technique existed. I would have been surprised if you had. If my assumption is correct, the research left behind by House Daymere has lain dormant in Charlian's archives for many centuries. And if you unearth this research, what then? Surely you don't intend to cross over into the void. Ah! That is, in fact, precisely what we intend. To what end, pray tell? To develop a method of traversing the rift, for one, that I might keep my word to a distant friend. Sentiment aside, I have journeyed to the end of existence. I have heard, felt, and thought endlessly about the truth of our world and the echo of its future. And yet I want to understand everything. To unravel it all down to its very last secret. By the way, this stupid conversation that they're having is pretty fucked up. In the chat. I'm not gonna acknowledge it beyond probably reporting. Probably. I haven't quite decided yet. A scholar worthy of the name would force open a void gate. It too, if a grand revelation was the promised reward. Ha ha ha, marvelous. An audacious proposal worthy of Master Matoya herself. After hearing the whys and the wherefores, I for one do not believe you'd use the knowledge for ill. See no reason not to present your request for the form's consideration. Like seriously, 15-minute adventure. We're just gonna hop in. Although your petition would be better received if you also had the support of another well-placed acquaintance. Twins are about to show up, aren't they? Why, Master Fortuno, of course. He can hardly ignore an earnest request from his dear children's most treasured comrades. I was hesitant to approach him directly, but there's no denying that having Master Fortuno at our side would tip the balance in our favor. Very well, we will pay a visit to the Lavalier estate and plead our case. Ah, one last thing before you go. Consider it a personal favor if you might share with me the discoveries you make in the void. My appetite for knowledge is every bit as insatiable as yours, I'd wager. So if you could see your way to indulging an old man's curiosity. Of course, Scholar. We'll be sure to pass on any revelations. Don't mind us, just fucking around and finding out. Boy, I have so many quests I need to do, it's dumb. Because I need to clear up this map. I've been doing quests on Dark Knight. Alright, so what the fuck's going on in this chat? Why? They really need more report reasons. It should be much easier to report somebody for being a jerk. It's like I can do a player search and set it for anybody in... Is it? Oh, no. I'm tripping. Her name is Gibbity Bibbity. There they are. Yeah, you can't report them easily from this menu either. Tell you what. Just gonna... There. What is... Oh, this is the raid. Alright, so it's good to know exactly where that is. They told us where it was gonna be, but... we're dumb. Ah, Mr. Salis, Mr. Sistola, how may I be of service? I've come to speak with Master Fortuno. Is he home by any chance? Yes, the master is in the residence. I shall inform him that he has guests. Well, well, Amelians would invite you inside for tea, but I assume this is not a social visit. You have some matter of import to discuss. Then pray proceed. You have my full attention. So, 15-minute adventure. Real fast. Perfectly safe. We need books. Well, I suppose I should praise you for following the proper protocols this time around. Scholar Montaigne expressed much the same sentiment. I assure you will not attempt to circumvent the form's authority again, unless it's absolutely necessary, of course. Of course. You do understand that the restricted archives are restricted for good reason, yes? If no pressing need exists, then why risk the consequences of employing this forbidden knowledge? For a brother who misses his sister, she was his guardian and his friend, a selfless hero who crossed the rift between worlds to save her homeland from horror and suffering. But the brother has given up on thoughts of reunion. He spends his efforts elsewhere, watching over a people yet healing from the flames of the final days, loyal to his duty while betraying the longing in his heart. It is no vital mission, perhaps, reuniting these siblings, but it feels a worthy cause to pursue all the same. As one who feared losing his own loved ones and spent years in research to prevent it, surely you appreciate how painful such a separation must be. Reflections are still very much a mystery to us. Offering to share your experiences in the first should constitute a fair exchange for cooperation. Do not celebrate just yet. The forum must still be convinced. I will add your request to the list of today's deliberations and deliver the decision to you at the Baldesian Annex. Well, we've made a compelling case to two pretty important people. So, what did the forum decide? To put it bluntly, Master Matoya has burned some bridges here in Charlian and salted the earth for good measure. When it became clear that her student was the potentiator in question, well, no few members voiced their discontent. Then the chamber was reminded, in no uncertain terms, I might add, of the incredible debt we owe to you and your companions. That served to silence the grumbles and stiffen a few spines. It was agreed that allowing entry to the archives was the least we could do in return. That is wonderful news. Thank you both for speaking on our behalf. Well, as I'm sure you are aware, this permission was not extended lightly. Forbidden knowledge is to be treated with the utmost caution, and there will be repercussions if it is not. I wish you well in your endeavor and bid you good day. Telling y'all, y'all, serious, 15-minute adventure. We're gonna hop in, slap some void titties around, and be right back out. It's super fast. Ever the same, that one. Uncompromising? Aye, but that very stoicism is exactly what Charlotte needed to guide it through not one, but 2 exoduses. Well, that went rather well, I think. As a child, I dreamed up any number of schemes for getting my hands on those forbidden tomes. Now I can simply walk in through the door. Our focus will be on finding Housedamer's research notes, of course, but the thought of so much knowledge at my disposal has me feeling a little giddy. You'll be heading directly to the archives from here, I presume? You presume correctly. Then you want to speak with the index page when you arrive. It's been instructed to grant you access to the restricted section. Excellent. Once again, we thank you for all your help. Oh, it was my pleasure, believe me. May you find the knowledge you seek. Shall we? We're just gonna waltz right into the fucking forbidden section. That's cool. No baking, right? Wait, shit. Why is getting to the Nomenon... It's not really a pain in the ass at all, because you just run right over here. But it's... Whoa, wait, what is pudding weight they're reading? I guess my pudding wasn't needed to stop the final days after all. But I will persevere. Once people taste it, they'll be even happier than they were before the apocalypse started. I just know it. Well, that's good to know, Pudding Way. Glad to see you're so prepared to make sure that this realm is protected. To think the set of instructions I laughingly imagined may actually exist, but yalms away from where you found me napping. If I had known of Azadal III's exploits sooner, I could well have saved myself days of research. Even a children's book might have pointed me in the right direction. To achieve the impossible, one must needs be flexible of mind and look beyond conventional wisdom. A lesson I had already learned, but clearly not taken to heart. It's just in there taking a cat. Yeah. Oh, it's one of the pages. Okay. So they're not from Google. Archon Yushtola and guests identified. Do you wish to proceed into the restricted archives? Follow me if you would. Watch your step, and please know that the use of naked flames is discouraged. I guess they mean candles. Ooh. Funny bookshelves. Soaking, you fucking mad lad.
If House Damir's notes are to be found anywhere, it will be here. Let us begin.
This is my favorite part of this patch so far. a new part of the, whether it's up the downstairs or Inklong Dry or that whole series. Like this feels like it's like complex and scattered and like it's so active. Today, in a world not my own, I met the most beautiful void-born creature. She was so unlike her ravenous brethren, eyes blazing not with hunger but trembling like a candle's flame, threatening to flicker out at any moment. I wonder if she is even the proper word. Such distinctions seem inconsequential, insignificant even. All that matters is the love I feel for this exquisite, transcendent being. Though you're tempted to read more, this doesn't seem to be the volume you're seeking. So we gotta go upstairs. Time to be book nerds. The following pages detail an advanced method for manipulating rift-spanning apertures as devised by Nuhashan, the 9th patriarch of House Demir. We present these research notes to the faculty of Charlian's Studium as both a token of our friendship and an expansion of our boundless admiration. You appear to have located the forbidden volume you seek. You still need to make the final confirmation. I wanted to read the weighty tome. Damn it. That's something you'd like to show me, do you? My apologies, I flipped open but a single book and was completely absorbed by its contents. There you go. I found your book. Well done, Alice. I think you may have found our prize.
Yes, the ether signature is unmistakable. I've felt the traces of House Demir's resonance many times at the Great Work. Time to see what all the fuss was about. Among the ranks of the Void Sent, there exist entities with the power to call forth their brethren from beyond. The species known as Atomos, however, is uniquely prodigious in this regard. From its distended maw, it can expel an endless procession of void-born creatures. A talent which sorely tested the Radiant Host in its battles against these abominations. Surmising that the entity itself was acting as a void gate, we endeavored to capture a small specimen and subsequently examine its physiological structure. Our findings revealed that the Atomos had absorbed a planar fissure into its own flesh, which it could expand at will into a functioning gate. Upon further analysis, we identified an ethereal wave pattern emitted during this process. A pattern we were able to emulate by passing crystal-stored ether through a specially designed prism. We proceeded to embed said prism into an arcane simulacrum, thus completing what we have dubbed our artificial Atomos.
Didn't they say no candles?
How could I have been so blind to the possibilities? This species, not to mention its ability to summon Void Scent, has been discussed among academics for years now. Just before the advent of the 7th Umbral Calamity, we received reports of Atomos sightings from every corner of Eorzea. Surely you've at least heard the tales. And still, House Daemir went and built a mock Atomos of their very own. I'm not surprised the Archons consigned their work to a restricted archive. It was no easy task, but at last we've unearthed the volume we've been searching for. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't tempted to stay longer. See what other forbidden titles might be lurking on these shelves? Ah, but that would be abusing the very special privilege we've been granted now, wouldn't it? Better not.
As much as I would love to start crafting the Atomos, I'm afraid this is far outside my field of expertise. Fortunately, we know a Hanish alchemist who would be delighted to involve herself in our House Daemir project. Our business here is concluded for the moment. Please pass on our regards to the forum. Your message will be conveyed. Should you wish to indulge in more forbidden literature, I will be here. Patron mode disabled. Security mode engaged. If anyone can help us, Nidada can. I say we return to Thavnir and look for its great work. Chola tells me you're pursuing a most fascinating study, and that you want me to be a part of it. I have no doubt you'll be interested. This research log should speak for itself. Will it now? By the sisters, this is the house of Mark Daemir. I never knew such a work existed. Few should. It was sequestered in Nomenon's restricted archives, after all. It was? But that means every word within is forbidden knowledge. Yup. A forbidden tome filled with forbidden research, and you put it right into my unsuspecting hands. I can hardly wait to read it. Of course. She's stoked. She said, fuck yeah. I think the Daemir were developing such marvelous techniques so long ago. How many innovations have been lost over the centuries, I wonder? Now that you've glanced over the notes, what say you to helping us build a new mock Atomos? I say yes, 1,000 times yes. Let's start right now. Work on a Daemir project that had even the redoubtable scholars of Charlotte trembling in their sandals. No alchemist of the great work could resist. You're a woman after my own heart. Oh, I suppose I should ask, what do you mean to do with this big mouth simulacrum once we built it? Void. Slap void titties. 15 minutes. Adventure. So, there's the secret void gate, and it's sealed in the ruins at the bottom of the bounty. Today is a day of revelations indeed. If the purpose of our man-made Atomos is to expand this hidden portal, then I will need to see it for myself, I think. Manipulating rift-spanning apertures is not the sort of thing you want to attempt without first taking into account every single factor. Then by all means accompany us to the vault. I plan to lead us back there shortly, once we finish gathering the components I require. Charlian's markets provide the raw aquamarine and pure water crystals, but I might need help obtaining a small quantity of astrally infused water. For such a liquid, you need to go no further than the font of Maya. The ascetics of old once favored the place for their meditations, and the water which pools there now is known to enliven the flow of either. Sounds perfect. If you'd be so kind as to fill a flask at the pool, I will petition Vitra to join us. The idea I have in mind won't amount to much without his authority to command the Void Gate. So it be about it then? Meet me back here at noon. I like how we're just like simplifying the plan. Just go in, slap void titties, leave. The more people we have to tell. I might have to do this as a part 2 tomorrow, which I wasn't really anticipating. I kind of wanted to knock this all out in one session, but you know, it is what it is. I've got about another hour left in me. Hops. I'm so glad I blocked that dude. The boy Murad was glad to hear the news of the Foundation. It means a new life for him and his sister. Good. Do you have that flask for me? Yes, this should suffice. Thank you, Alice. Oh, these are just 9s, it doesn't really matter. Sure. Look who I came across. Estinian seemed in need of a diversion, and we, in turn, may have need of his lance. Right, Nin. Our little party is assembled. Let's make our way back to the ruins. Will we have need of Matsia's boat again? Not this time. Once Ishtola informed me of our destination, I arranged for a vessel to be made ready at Gali. Your Excellency is ever the gracious host. Shall we? I think we're about done. Ship is yours to command. Our thanks, we set sail at once. This is so exciting. Alcindal's legacy, to see the truth of a legend with mine own eyes. All aboard for the treasure vault. Wee woo, wee woo.
The ruins alone were impressive enough, but I never dreamed such a treasure lay hidden in the depths of the bounty. It may have been helpful to know this device existed, Your Excellency.
My apologies. The gate was a secret I shared with none but my closest advisors. I feared for what might happen should those with ill intentions learn of its existence.
What is it you're doing now?
There's something I wish to verify. The NOAA reports claim that a short stint into the void carries little risk of etheric imbalance. Should one suffer an injury, however, or if one's expedition drags on longer than intended, that risk becomes significantly greater. Graha theorized that a warding scale would confer protection from the void's corrupting influence. But I would prefer to test that hypothesis before we set foot in the 13th ourselves.
So, this is an experiment of sorts?
Yes, an experiment. Tell me, how would you go about testing the efficacy of the warding scale?
Send me in. I'll do it. You son of a bitch, I'm in.
And how would you do that? The gate is still too small for any of us to pass through.
I just changed to Lalafell.
Justinian is correct, which is why I've elected to send a familiar in our stead. Now, a lowly imp can navigate a fissure, no matter how narrow. Which means an arcane entity of similar stature should be able to manage the same. I hadn't wanted it to come to this, but no other familiars will do, I'm afraid.
We even lost the music.
I mislike the sound of that. What manner of fiend does she mean to summon?
Oglops.
From ocean rise and cloudbank form, from mountain spring and rainfall storm, from river flow and life be born.
It's Oglops, aren't they?
Water, water, froth and foam!
Oh, wow. That was very playful.
Your arms. I fear she's been possessed.
She's been possessed, killer.
Oh, come now, that was adorable.
Ah.
Though not my first choice. These familiars I conceived of as a child have the best chance of fitting through the gate.
These are her familiars?
I only wish my younger self had considered a more dignified ending to the creation ritual.
They're cute.
In any case, these two should serve as well. This one will bear a warding scale. And when they return from the 13th, we can observe how the talisman, or absence thereof, has affected the progress of the Void's corruption. If I could impose upon you to open the gate. Your Excellency?
Ah, yes, of course.
We should also be wary of void scent slipping through while we conduct our experiment. Estinian, you are to keep Nidana safe from harm.
As you say.
You had
Stab
best be on your guard
things.
as well.
I'm here to stab stuff. Froth and foam! She's gonna punch me.
Oh, are you volunteering to join the Nixies? I could shrink you down, you know.
Fucking do it.
Let us begin, shall we?
I offered in the first place. You said no and then made this shit happen. That's on you. I will make fun of you.
Nixies, into the void.
Goodbye, little ones. Oh, we're about to get an instance.
I think we've waited long enough. Nixies, return to my side.
Uh-oh.
Thank you, little one. You did well.
Oh, the poor thing. Its essence has been irrevocably warped.
We're out of time. I must reseal the void.
I mean, yeah.
They're coming through.
In the name of Alzadal III, I bar this door unto the void.
Well, that was a sharp lesson in the dangers of void gates.
We could have taken them on. They're baby imps. They're literally minions.
And what of our experiment? I'd say the results speak for themselves.
The unprotected Nixie has suffered extensive etheric corruption. As Nidana observed, it's well on its way to becoming a void scent. The one merged with the talisman, however, appears unaffected. I sense no changes to its equilibrium. Rest now, little ones.
Graha's theory was correct then.
Hold on, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
So it would seem. But while our second familiar was untouched by void energies, the talisman itself shows signs of degradation. It was, of course, originally designed to shield the soul from primal tempering. It stands to reason that etheric corruption of a different sort would affect it differently.
So, armchair conspiracy theorist really quick here, but there are 8 crystals in Final Fantasy IV, and there are 8 crystals on the talismans. So it's possible that the protection that they may offer may be drawing just a little bit on the power of those crystals, which we confirmed as being a real thing in or being present in the Final Fantasy XIV lore with that scene with Golbez. So we saw 4 of the 8.
May need to modify the warding scale's design to account for the 13th's uniquely unstable ether.
You've said much of the Void's instability, but my imagination fails me. What manner of place is this broken world?
Ah, my apologies. I forget that not all of us spend our days sequestered in dusty archives. The 13th is a reflection of the source that was drowned in a flood of darkness. In Emmett Selk's own words, this tragedy was a result of the Ascians' attempts to force a rejoining. They erred in their haste, and made of that world a useless void. You remember Una Kalhai, the unusual child we met during our troubles with the Warring Triad. He explained the fate of the 13th thus. The champions of that ill-fated world used the stone known as Auracite to contain the power of primals, but those self-same heroes were gradually corrupted by the Auracite's bleeding energies, transforming into fiends with an endless hunger for ether. By the time anyone thought to oppose them, Light's strength had grown too feeble, and the balance of the 13th tipped into eternal darkness. And what of your own experience? Will you tell us of what you observed during Noah's expedition?
I didn't really do that much.
I can picture it now. The sunless, Stygian expanse, infested with legions of ether-starved monstrosities. A void in every sense of the word.
What you have described in such lurid detail is exactly why I hesitate to encourage you.
Oh, we're going in there and slapping some void titties.
Worry not, great Vritra. Our journey into the 13th is but the first leg of a longer voyage. A voyage that shall lead us to other reflections, to new mysteries and discoveries. And I mean to be there every step of the way. But first I must focus on refining the warding talisman.
Then I can begin work on constructing an artificial Atomos. Or I could if I had the relevant manuals to hand. Might I be so bold as to request access to the Satrap's family archives?
So hold up.
Your Excellency?
Oh, yes. That can be arranged. I will speak to my officials upon our return.
We will see you back in the city then.
So hold up. I doubt it's gonna be in here, but shit, I'm not gonna see it. It'd be great if they were holding one of the warding scales, because I really want to see those now. Like, I know we saw it earlier. We actually had a fantastic view of it, but once Nadana succeeds in replicating the Makatomos, this door into the 13th will be ours to open. Will you be crossing the threshold alongside us? I realize this is more my endeavor than yours. To be honest, I have no interest in visiting the Void myself. Might we discuss this later? There's something I must do first. Why does everyone insist on being so secretive? I at least had good reason for not wanting to explain my Nixie ritual. Shall we proceed with our other preparations then? As we saw, the warding scale can be effective at protecting the bearer from other sources of etheric corruption. Nevertheless, the talisman's durability will need to be improved if it is to withstand the Void's influence for a prolonged length of time. I think that's a problem we can address without involving the brilliant but busy alchemist who created it. Who do we know who sells this kind of structural augmentation? Excellent suggestion. As I recall, Sid himself was no stranger to the Void and its volatile energies. With his experienced hand at the helm, I have every confidence that the Ironworks can strengthen the warding scale. Come, let's visit their operation in Rogger's Reach and commission their best and brightest. Ooh, going back to a Stormblood here. Oh, they even ported me there. How kind. And I had to pay for it. Already thrilled. Alice, what brings you to the Ironworks? I can't even see who this is. We have a commission for you and your president, actually. Assuming he's available. Master Sid? Certainly, I'll see if he has a moment free. I literally can't see this person. What the fuck? Okay, it's just a regular dude. I thought it was the cute bunny girl again. Pleasure as always. I hear you have a job for us. Heading into the void to find a lost dragon. Sounds almost pedestrian compared to your last adventure. Honestly, I don't know if you could say anything that would surprise me after meeting on that bloody mess. Alright, let's take a look at this talisman of yours. You said there were signs of degradation. So I just fucking have one. Seems some manner of corrosion set in around a scratch on its surface, much as the void's corruption seeped into Nero through his wounds. In which case, our best bet may be to simply prevent the scale from being damaged in the first place. And how might we achieve that? We have a coating agent for strengthening trinkets and the like, but I'd be wary of applying any compound which might upset the scale's delicate alchemical balance. Far safer to dress it in armor. We'll construct a protective casing, one utilizing metal alloys with high ethereal conductivity so as not to impede the talisman's primary function. A suit of armor, as you said. Nero's compiled data on the 13th, so I'll have him pitch in with the design just to be sure. Plenty more such an ordeal to convince him to follow our safety protocols. I swear I've never had such a reckless employee. In any case, we may need some time to untangle the particulars. Understandable. We know how busy your schedule is, and the final result will doubtless be worth the wait. Ha! The hard part would be ducking Jesse and our constant barrage of demands while we sneak about doing the fun stuff. We'll see what we can do. I like it, even though he's the president, Jesse abso-fucking-lutely runs that place. I think we can leave the rest in Sid's capable hands. Let's return to the great work and see how Nadana is getting on with the Makatomos. Alright, so yeah, I looked up the crystals from 4. We have the 4 elemental crystals, which are the light crystals. And they're kept in the overworld portion of the game. It's the crystal of water, crystal of fire, crystal of wind, and crystal of earth. We saw thrones representing those crystals during the scene with Golbez earlier. And then there are also the 4 dark crystals kept in the underworld. Location 2 of these crystals is never revealed. One is kept by the dwarves in our castle, and one is found in the sealed cave. Basically, with how they were used in Final Fantasy IV, if you gathered all 8 crystals in the Tower of Babel, I'm not saying it's a thing, but it might kind of be a thing, sort of. If you gather all 8 crystals in the Tower of Babel, gathering those would summon the Giant of Babel. Hope Nadana has good news for us.
Hey, Stola. The adjustments are going well, I hope?
'Tis a lengthy process, but the end is in sight, yes.
That's wonderful news. I myself had some good fortune searching through the Satrap's private records. What I found was a transaction log dated around the same period as when Alzadal's legacy was built. It included a purchase list of highly exclusive alchemical components, and I knew I'd discovered the key to making the artificial atomos. I then visited the High Crucible to commission the materials. After I'd explained my requirements, I was beset by volunteers insisting I allow them to help with the entire project.
The usual reaction to someone forcing open a void gate is to run for the hills. Harnish academics certainly are a different breed.
The alchemists of old were cut from a similar cloth. The unknown held no fear for them. Indeed, they were ever eager to seek new knowledge, regardless of the danger.
And were you not also fearless? heedless even, in your determination.
My sire entered his dormancy before I was hatched. And so it was Ashdaya who kept my eggs safe and warm. It created a bond between us. Even long after I learned to fend for myself, I rarely strayed from her side. She was my guardian, my sister, my dear companion. And not a single day passes that I do not mourn her absence. No matter how deep the darkness, I would not surrender my search. I promised myself the time would come when we would once more take to the skies together. But I am satrap now.
The Radiant Host is here to serve, Your Excellency.
Nabdeen, what is this about?
Sir Estinian told us of your predicament. For centuries you have protected Rads at Han, never showing your true self, hiding behind a curtain and living only in service to the people. Your dedication meant more to us than your deceit, and so did we accept you as our rightful ruler. After all that you have sacrificed for this nation, did you imagine we would begrudge you your heart's desire? We survived the final days. We are a strong and proud people. We, the Radiant Host, will keep Thavnair safe in your absence.
I am grateful for your loyalty and for your encouragement. And yet...
Now you listen to me, Varshan.
Damn!
You are wearing that face, after all. As I have told you before, you are a little brother to us all. And if you are family, then so too is your sister. We are there for you if you need us. But do not ask us to sit by and watch while you abandon a sibling you have ached to rescue for millennia.
We will succeed in opening the way. It is only a matter of time. All you need do is prepare to step through to the other side.
Your Excellency, I wanted to thank you for building the orphanage. It means so much that my sister and I will have a place to be together, safe and happy. And I hope that you and your sister can be together again too.
Just look at it all get tied up. It's so satisfying, man.
Take heart and protect them well. Such were the words I once said to you, and here I stand, failing to live up to them. If my heart is torn, I am fit to protect neither Ashdaya nor Radzatan. My people, I have come to a decision. Vashan will depart Thavnair for a time. My dragon self will remain in the palace, but only to conduct the satrap's most essential duties. While I am focused on controlling this vessel, there may be matters that escape my attention. I rely on you, my trusted friends, to watch over one another until I return.
Take care, and fair fortune, little brother. Many tears would be shed should you come to harm.
Doesn't he have spares?
I would not dare make you cry.
Oh, shit, I should be reading these. You surprised me, Estinian. For a lone wolf, you've shown an unusual degree of, shall we say, involvement in helping Vitra reach this conclusion. 'Twas for the greater good. The worm's thundering sighs were keeping his citizens awake at night, and travelers believing the place racked by some unnatural storm. What of your answer, then? You seem disinclined to venture into the void? When I was one with Nidhogg, his vengeful thoughts were my thoughts, his endless rage, my rage, and the soul-chilling grief he nursed for Redatosker's death. I would not wish such agony upon a foe, let alone a friend and ally. If there's a chance we can spare Vitra that pain, then I will follow you. I'd rather not bother our comrades with aught less than a dire threat to the star. We four should be sufficient for our purpose. Now, on to specifics. Like the first, where the flood of light was halted before its devastation was complete, the 13th has been utterly subsumed by darkness. My plan, as such, is to explore the void in stages, withdrawing to safety after each brief foray. 'Twould be more convenient had we some manner of base camp near to the gate itself. One of the palace chambers should serve. Come, let us reconvene outside Megaduda. And so we will require suitable accommodations. Might we make something available for our guest? All the chambers are presently hosting the great mounds of treasure we carried out of the vault. Once the Foundation's activities begin in earnest, however, we can redistribute the trove and make a room or two ready for habitation. Good. Please inform me when you've completed the arrangements. As you heard, we will have you settled in Megaduda in due time. As ever, you're most gracious, Your Excellency. You risk yourselves aiding my search for Azaya. Providing comfortable quarters is the least I can do. I only wish we knew more about our destination. The gods only know how long our explorations might possibly take, or what our chances of success might possibly be. Succeed or fail, I am grateful to you for convincing me to make the attempt. On that note, I'll return to the great work and lend what help I can to Nidana. If you've preparation to make your venture into the 13th, now's the time. So it sounds like they're telling me get your shit in order because you're probably going to enter an unbreakable series of events. I'll use my armor and lance. Perhaps I'll train with the Radiant Host to pass the time before we depart. You know what this means to me, Alice, but my purpose need not consume you as well. We are heading to another world. Find what joy you can in the experience, for you are a traveler, an adventurer at heart. This I know. Sure, we'll take credit, even though 9s are not that important. Meanwhile, in the 13th. Another Golbez cutscene? Alright, so Golbez exists in the void. Or is this actually Xenos? Yeah, it's fucking Xenos. So, we've seen two different figures. Like, we know what that arm looks like.
And thus I am returned. To this world, bereft of saviors.
I knew that had Xenos vibes. Oh, that was the patch, okay. Let paths unlocked, adventurers spur, pulses quicken, spirits stir. Alright. That was all of it in one go! It's good, because I only had about 15 minutes left to play. So, what I'm going to do... we're going to port to... Charlian. Giant. And what we're gonna do, let's go, actually hold up. I was going to say, we have more of these maps that we can sell, right? Let's do it real quick. No reason not to make a little bit of money. Yeah, all of my maps sold. That's insane. But it's still running at about 60k, or were mine... Okay, so mine were a little over market price, but... I knew being patient with these maps would help. Whoops. That works. Hey, we broke 10 million gil. Is there a post-Moogle here? Yes. We need to visit them while these maps are hot. We're taking care of some miscellaneous shit, but the story's over. You can close it if you want. I'll still keep all this in the recording, though. Let's see, where's all my maps at? Oh, that sucks. I can carry two. I don't need to limit it to just one. Hold on. Volkine. So I had 3 maps on deck. So I will have to come back at least once. Get this one out. Get my 3rd retainer. Boom. Then we have 1 more on deck. Deleting mails is the worst thing. It's like you have to wait forever. Or no, claiming shit out of them is the worst thing. Deleting's fine. Yeah, you can see how long those were sent. That was still in somewhat of my peak period of playing. So we've been out of the game for a little bit now, enough for me to really be kind of rusty. But like, to not be able to be reasonable enough for myself to be like, you're going to be rusty. No, it's only been a couple months since you've played DPS. It's like normally when I've been playing, I play Sage. Like when I run Expert and stuff, I don't even run Machinist anymore. Alright, so that takes care of that. Alright, so tomorrow we are going to go through the raid storyline. Then when it's available, we will go through it. So we'll start here with the fresh-faced student. But yeah. We're gonna cut the stream for now, y'all. But thanks for hanging out. Be safe, be kind, and we'll catch you tomorrow.